Alright, then maybe now I'm live. I think I am. Checking. Yes, the stream is starting. Great. Okay, so today what I want to do on the cooking game is to enable us to put overlays on some containers. To explain a little bit, we have, like, for example, this bowl. When you put stuff in it, like garlic, for example, let's slice that garlic like this and put it in the bowl. Right now we just have one version of the bowl that has nothing in it and one version of the bowl that has, like in this case, it's like spinach. What we need is a way to put any kind of ingredients in the bowl. And so for that, we would need a specialized image for each ingredient that you can put in the bowl that is cropped to fit in the bowl, if you see what I mean. And we call that overlays. And so for the garlic, for example, we have it in the case of the pan. Let's put some spinach in the pan and then some garlic. Just grab some garlic, slice it. And you can see here we have some sort of overlay with little dots, whitish dots of garlic on top of the pan. And currently that works with, you can see each ingredient has a row in this table, and the garlic has in this column visual overlay, these little dots that we see on top of the pan here. And the problem is that now we need to put the garlic also in other kinds of bowls, like this one, or even a smaller one that I don't have yet in the table. I should add it. And of course, we can't use the same overlay because it's too big and it's not like centered properly. So what I want to add is that each container essentially can have a list of overlays per ingredients that you can put in. So for example, the bowl would have a list of overlay images. Each entry would be linked to an ingredient, so garlic in this case. That's the plan for the start of the stream, for maybe the next hour or so. But before that, I will just quickly add the small bowl, the small the sauce. We want a small container for the sauce, essentially. I think it's called in French pot sauce. And we need the empty one. The full one we can remove because we won't use. And I will just rename this one pot sauce. And I will call that pot sauce as well. Maybe sometime we switch to full English, I'm not sure. Okay, maybe I just need to re-import because I renamed it. Okay, merci. Okay. My girlfriend telling me that I should pull. That's a good point. Okay, so we got some conflict, so probably she did just the same that I did. I will just cancel that. Maybe also cancel that because maybe she did the same. Pull, push the merge stuff, and I will just relaunch. So we start clean. All right. Aha. What is this? I suppose, okay, she changed some images, but now I need to reassign them in the, oops. I think in the, I don't know, in the, I think 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 Ball farce. Never mind. Or it might be just a mistake. Okay. So I wanted to add a small, what was it called? Po sauce. Oh yeah, she renamed it. Okay. Po sauce. Po sauce. Okay, that's done. The thing is in. And now we need to place it somewhere. So I think I might do that by code. Ravioli, def, garlic, let's say, or I. Okay. So I'll just add the ID of that small pot. Def po sauce, which is ID 50. And then somewhere here, I add a couple of pre-placed objects. And for this one, I think I will do that. So thing, po sauce, and then def po sauce, and then a position. And for the position, I'm not sure what it will be. I'll just change it slightly from this one, reset. And so this function, I got the compilation, of course. So this function reset is called, oh, by the way, I should make it that much bigger, is called when we reset the game or when we start the game. So I can do it manually with shortcuts. And it places a couple of things on the tabletop already. In this case, the small pot should be around. Let's look for it. It's not this one. Oh, it looks weird. Okay, something went kind of wrong. Okay, it has this color, like a bit... it's here. It's not next to the... to this plateau. Okay, so we just need it... I think we need it on this side. Maybe we can put it like here for now. And I will just enable some debug draw, which pops up a little window on the left when I drag something, so I can look at the position essentially. So we are at 3,300 something, is 700 something. Okay. So now I will hardcode the position to be this. 3,300? No. Yes, 33,793. 33,793. Reset. And now it's there. So of course I could do maybe that in a better way, where I don't have to hardcode anything in the code, but for now it's fine. Now we should be able to put some garlic in that small thing. And I have some code interaction put inside. Yes. That function call allows me to say to the game, this can be put into this, essentially. And I will do it for this little thing. It makes sense to put it somewhere here. So the first definition will be I cut or sliced. The second definition will be po sauce, which is French. I apologize if you don't speak French. Garlic. Put some garlic in there, cut it, and drop it in the small bowl. And you can see there is an overlay already, but it doesn't fit in the small paw. So that's what we need to fix today. And the reason it doesn't fit is so that the overlay is defined here, where we have the cut garlic here. And I think we should now pour sauce, like if I pick the correct one, which is this one, it should fit perfectly. You can see it fits. But the problem is we can't have that on the garlic itself, because we could, but it makes more sense to me to have that on the little, on this, because it needs to be made specially to fit the container. Let's say it has to be exactly the same size, etc. Although maybe we could have like a default one that could fit many things. But no, I don't think. Like, because then the default one would be on the garlic instead of on the container, of course. But yeah, there are other ways to do that if we need to. Okay. So I'll go back to the other overlay. Just so it's clear that it's not working. And then we will add a new functionality to specify overlays for different ingredients and containers. So save. Maybe I can even push that. Okay. Okay, she's working. She's working. Nice. That's all sorts of overlay for different utensils. Also also the spoon. Nice. Thank you. That's great. Oh, hey, Heike. Hello. So now I'm kind of wondering, how should the UI be for this thing? The problem is we want kind of, for one item, we want any number of possible overlays, because there could be any number of other ingredients put inside it. And so we would need some kind of list widget or something. So either I just do a lot of rows on this table, or I do something more elaborate where it opens a little pop-up or something, and you can add overlays in a list. And I'm honestly not yet sure what would be the best, what would be the simplest. But what we can start with is already define the data structure for it, or the structs. So we got the struct def, which defines one ingredient. You can see it has like the name, the ID, and then the visual. Up till now, we use all those. Each time there is a handle, it means that we can like assign a sprite or some kind of asset. And so what we now want is something kind of like an overlay overlay, let's keep it short, overlay def, or just overlay visual. We can still brainstorm the name later, but then we have like the sprites on the visual and the ingredients. So def ID matching our contents def ID. So essentially this says we will have a list of those. So in our overlays, we have a list of overlays for each ingredient, and for each item in the list, we have the ID for the other ingredients that we want to represent as overlay, and the sprites for that overlay. I hope that makes sense. And this is just a dynamic array. Maybe I should make it static, but I want to try it that way to stay kind of flexible. And of course, by default, it will be empty. And also, I think in the table, it will show as nothing. Like you can see here, overlays, there is nothing because we don't have a way to edit lists of structs by default. And I think that could be a nice place to continue. We will just go to the Ravioli editor. Oh, did I put everything in one file in this one? I think so. Okay, I forgot. Oh no, editor. Okay. Editor. If the type of our cell in the table when we draw it, hold on, that's not the right place. It would be, that's where we draw the table. That's for the audio, okay. The suffix table. We don't care about all of this. Okay, that's the definitions, the defs. Blah, blah, blah. And then we start a scroll view with a table inside, and that's that table. And then here we have kind of a big if-else chain where we check, okay, is this the name, like we iterate on the fields of the struct, and like, is this the name? Then we do that. Oh yeah, it's kind of crazy because it has it's sticky, like if we scroll like this, it will stay on the left. So that's why there is so much code. But that would be for the name column. That will be for the def status column. We don't really care about it. And then we draw the default. We fall back on the default drawer for that cell of the engine, essentially. So I will add another special case. If the field is overlays, I think I call them. Overlays. Then we could like just check that everything is working by like draw rect. And then we need to pass a rect, and I think it's like cell, no, drawer, cell, rect contents, and then color, let's put like cyan. And you can see there is a cyan square in the overlays cell. Good. Now what we probably want to do is when you click here, it opens a pop-up which will display the list of overlays. I think that's what I want to do. And the other time I added that for the colors, like that If you check the color here, it opens a little pop-up. So I will just copy that code. Color. That would be I'm not too sure. I just need to find it. That's the one, right? Yes, it's reasonably short. I'm surprised. But it looks correct. And then there is copy-paste stuff, which takes a little bit of room. But okay, let's take everything and just dump it in our Ravioli editor. Somewhere here. Fix the indentation. I wish the editor would do it itself. Okay, so there we just need to fix up some small things. Okay. Okay. It compiles, so I'm kind of curious, like if we click. Okay, so kind of crazy, but it's just copying the code worked. Okay, cool. It's just very cramped, very narrow, if you see what I mean. I think that's because my code that places the pop-up doesn't really take into account the room left on the right. Like it just shrinks the thing, which is definitely not what I want by default. So maybe we can fix that. Rounded, blah, blah, blah. So that would be somewhere pop-up rect. So that must be inside this. Clearance top, clearance bottom. Yeah, essentially I need to make similar code for the x-axis. So content size, and if content size is 0, we take 400. That would be the width of the pop-up. SX is for size in the x-axis. I see. And then where do we kind of clamp it? Drop down rect. Because we clearly clamp it somewhere. Ah, that's the one. Intersection, placement constraint rect, and drop down rect. Okay. So perhaps what we can do is, that's just the last resort, that we crop the rect. But here, we could say size x, just thinking a little bit, clearance, blah, blah. The clearance, you calculate it from what? It works a little bit differently. Okay. So, okay. So, shift the rect left or right if we touching the edges. Something like this. Overlap left. Actually, on the left, right now, it will never overlap. Overlap right. So that would be the right side of the rect that we want to put the drop down in, and we want to know how much further to the right it is from the right side of the containing rect, or the placement constraint rect. So we just need to subtract the right side of the placement constraint rect, which looks like that. Whoop. And then if overlap right is bigger than 0, then we will just shift the whole thing by that amount on the left. And what we should check is that we don't then overlap the other side. But I think actually in this case it will not change anything since we crop it here anyway. So it will just be more narrow if that happens. Whoops. And then let's try. Although this is in the actual engine code, so I do need to restart this. I do need to restart the game. Okay, perfect. I think it worked first try, except for this weird number, but that's something else. Okay. It still works with the normal, like when you have all the room, and then if you scroll like this, yes, it shifts the drop down to the left. So that's really good. Pretty happy. It should work for every drop down that uses this code. That's nice. Does this drop down use this code? Yes, yes it does. You can see it's placed correctly. Cool. Now for this weird number, I think that's just coming from the fact that we are so I'm just reading a little bit what we are doing. So I guess this can go, and instead of a color and sliders, we will have a dynamic array, din_r of overlays, I think we call them. Overlay def. Okay, that's the name I settled on. Fair enough. And it will be a pointer to that dynamic array because because we might need to resize that array, and in that case update the pointer. And here, instead of drawing sliders, I will actually draw the list. So draw pop-up content lists of overlays. And so we start with an empty list, which is equivalent to a null pointer, essentially. So we first need a button to add an item. So we can do both. We can do a loop for, I have a small macro that can take our list or dynamic array and overlay. Actually, it shouldn't be by value, it should be by reference. And you can see we have a content def ID or a visual. So that's indeed the two members of the struct we're iterating. Perhaps we can, for each item will take a row. We'll make a new row. So rect row rect cut top, something like that, and then we draw let's draw just the draw text tree. Let's draw the ID. Editor style, default text, options. Okay, so that code basically draws all the IDs of the overlays that we put inside the list. But the list is empty initially, so we need a button to add an item to the list. Add overlay to list. Button, I think draw button. Draw button. Oh, it needs a rect as well. And a text, which will be add. And if we click it, what do? We add an item. R put val is the list to as a reminder, the dynamic array. And we need to put a new value, overlay def, just initialize to 0. And I think that should work. We have a couple of issues, it seems. Okay, that's in the code below where we do the copy paste. So we can just disable that code for now. Just comment it out and we'll fix it later. All right, so now when we click on the little overlays cell, we have one button called add. And if we click it, it should add a row. Yes, it does. Okay, cool. You can click it multiple times and it adds multiple rows. Merci. And now we just need to give some control so we can, what we want to say is, for this ingredient, show this overlay. So it's kind of a 2-column table. But this one will be like a drop down where you can select another definition, another ingredient. And this one will be the full-on like pop-up for selecting sprites or assets. Okay. Okay. So in each row, we want a ingredient drop down, let's call it gradient drop down, and a sprite selection, and the sprite selection control is kind of easy. We go to the window, table window, and go to handle. And this is basically the code that does it. Of course, we don't want to copy paste it like that. So I'm just reading a little bit. Ideally, we wouldn't want to copy paste it like that, but that's just what I will do. I don't care. I will at some point. So the long-term plan is to have like kind of proper property drawer abstraction, but I don't want to jump the gun and do it too soon. because I have not landed on final design for copy paste and such. So for today, in the interest of moving fast, I will just copy paste. But I will still put it in a function because I'm not that crazy. So it will be called. I think I already have some proper. Okay, I have property editor, blah blah. But I also have editor field. So it could be called like editor field handle in this case, since it's an asset handle. I don't think this one we have. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, why not? Okay, let's do that. And so we can pass a rect. It will need to be like not the full rect, but rect cut left. We can take the half of the row. Yes. And then we pass the handle to be modified. And the handle is sorry, the handle is overlay visual. And then we just have to implement this function. And we'll implement it just widely in this file. And later on, I will bring it to the engine. But I want to anyway like upgrade the asset system, so the handle type will be different and strongly typed, which means I'm just doing it locally to the project for now. Handle, this will be a pointer, and it will be called val. And now we paste this. And okay, so this will be called age instead. Remove that. Copy paste. We'll have to wait. Cell contents will be renamed to rect or R. Oops. Oh, I can cancel. That's very bad UX. Okay, I think I got them. And this one as well, actually. It's supposed to be the whole thing. That's fine, okay. And it kind of compiles. This one started action is if we highlight the field and we hit enter, this should open as well. But again, we don't have a proper system to do that. I want to change how it works, so I know it doesn't make sense to fix it now. And yes, it seems it works. We can select sprites. It's just kind of cramped. So let's just do some basic layout stuff. So when we take the row, we will shrink that rect a little bit. Shrink uniform. Oh boy. Okay, so maybe not uniform, maybe I'm just adding some margin, essentially. What? It's not rect shrink, it's yes, it is. Shrink rect. Ah, I should rename. No? That's... It's kind of crazy that I get this wrong. But I did not... It's correct. What the fuck? Ah, it's maybe the parameters then that are wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That looks good to me, so that's... I don't understand. What? So the function is probably not declared? What? I'm super surprised because... wait. Shrink. Did I spell it wrong? Oh, wait, I swapped it again. Sorry, I'm not very focused. Shrink. But why doesn't this match anything? Why doesn't this work? I'm very confused. So is it just basically that I forgot? Oh! Shink! I wrote shink instead of shrink. Okay, it took me way too long to catch that. I'm not really dyslexic, I think, but this time maybe a little bit. Ah, okay, so shrinked like this, it looks a bit weird, actually. Maybe it was more a question of spacing. Let me go back to where I was. That was the one. So we don't want to shrink the row, all of this for that. We just want to space them apart a little bit. We just have to cut some spacing like that. Okay, we need way more. Seems the scale seems kind of off to me. But okay, so we got this control that allows to pick the sprites. Just too bad that it closes the thing directly. That's not great. So what the fuck is going on there? I suppose this should go here actually. Okay. Okay, good. Now maybe we can like fix the height of the pop-up. Let's just adjust a tiny bit the spacing. The height of the pop-up is calculated here. It's actually fixed right now. And I think I want to take the count of our dynamic list, multiply it by the row height, which is 24 plus 8, or 24 plus 8, and add some margin. I will just wing it. I should calculate it properly, but I will just wing it for now. So this is underestimating it by a lot. This is better. Maybe 6 pixels more. Okay, good. And then when you add, the pop-up grows, so that's great. Okay. It feels kind of weird to have all this space here. Couldn't we have maybe the name of the image here? I think I removed it at some point, but it might still be... That's the thing. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, so nothing, and poubelle. Okay. And now here, we want some kind of drop down that lets us pick any other ingredients. We also don't have a way to do that now. So I'm just thinking... just checking on my other projects how I did the drop down, because I want to bring it in the engine. I think I like it. So in these other projects, I have so in this other project, I have this drop down where I can like type some text and it filters the things. And I like that a lot. And it's also used there. So let's just check the code for this one. That would be ability. That's the stuff. I don't remember if I use it for the levels as well. No. The other one uses cool drop down something, cool drop down menu. Do they both have keyboard support? If I look at this, does it also... Yes, it also works with the keyboard. Just doesn't... Yeah, it doesn't scroll. So I guess it shares this part of the code I don't remember well. Then I will take this. Do I need this one as well? There is the text. Maybe I need all of this. I think I need all of this. So again, I'm copy pasting stuff, which is not a very good practice, let's say. But that allows me to kind of iterate on stuff before sharing it between the projects. So I kind of like this way. I don't take too much of a risk. I don't commit to a design before I'm kind of sure about it. All right. Okay, so this was kind of user code to draw one of the drop-down entry. Interesting. Which means we can change that, like draw def drop-down maintain function. And it's the two games are kind of similar in a way. Def from ID, I think it's called. And then we go to def, and this is a pointer. So we switch. Similar but different. I did some different choices. Def from ID name. Okay. So here we have a function that draws one entry in the dropdown, mostly one item in the dropdown. Cool dropdown. Okay. So I didn't finish abstracting the cool dropdown away. Okay, I see. Then in that case, I'll still use this one, just out of laziness again. I don't know, when I stream, I don't want to go into huge rabbit holes. Oh, last time I kind of did with the color stuff, the color picker, but I should keep it to a minimum, so probably I'll avoid going into a rabbit hole and just use that code that works. This can totally go away. Defs. I don't remember. Okay, gdvals defs. Okay. So now I just adapt it to work with this project. So we also have defs in definitions in this project, but they work. They are a bit different. Up. This can disappear. Can remove this. We can remove this, I think. Sort member-wise. Oh, we don't have this one in the engine. So this could be a good thing to move. This could be a good thing to move. So we don't have the member-wise the normal one. We just have the float one. But we are sorting on the integer, I suppose. So it exists here. And in the other projects, which one do we use? Utils. So again, we'll do the same. But we really need to bring that into the engine though. That's kind of important. Urgent. Okay, so now it compiles. Let's maybe... it's never used, okay. So now we need to use our cool drop down. So we can just go back to where we were with the overlay def and use it here. Ingredients drop down. So we need a rect, a current value, and a function to draw it. The function to draw it is called like that. A rect is here. And then the current val would be overlay visual passed as a pointer. No. Incorrect. This would be it needs to be an int, which might be kind of problematic. Yeah, that's kind of... So maybe we will need to make it a uint or int64. Make this a int64. This is not really correct. Okay, this is an ID, okay. Wait, I'm stupid. I'm not passing a handle, I'm passing a def ID, so it was perfectly fine before. Oops. Right, and so it's not overlay visual, it's content def ID, which is an int. Okay. Okay, good. We're getting there. So now we have a drop down on the left. And we can select something. Just the problem is it closes both both pop-ups at the same time, which I will fix now. Just a little bit of polish, so we want, yes, we want to take the half of the space, but maybe minus some spacing. And then add the spacing on the other side as well. Cut, left. Okay, so now there is a little bit more spacing there. Let's double it. Good. So maybe it's a bit confusing because on both sides you have a like a thumbnail, then a name. But this is an ingredient and this is the overlay that you assign to it. Perhaps I should put like a header, like a column header, so you know what we are talking about. But so far I'm pretty happy with where this is going. Just we need to not close the whole thing each time, every time. And for that, we need to look at the drop-down code. Okay. So the second argument to drop-down begin is back control ID, which is which control ID should we select when we go back, when we close the pop-up. And actually, in this case, it's wrong. We select the cell in the table, but we should... no, it's correct for this one, but incorrect for this underlying one. How does it actually work? Control ID, parent. Okay, it looks at the parent control ID. So for me, I think that this should be working. I mean, this doesn't seem to be the problem. What if I click on the background? Does it close it? No. Okay, so that's not the issue. What if I escape? Also, okay. So the cool, by the way, does this work? Yes. So the cool drop down here focuses on the parent control ID, it should, at least. No, yes. Okay, so we need to kind of understand what's going on somehow. Dun, 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 dun. One way to debug that I've done in the past is to go to the function that selects select a control, like changes the selected control, and add some logs. They are actually still here. Fuck. So we're interested in knowing, like, when I click now, who changed the control ID. And so we have a stack trace, which is not readable yet in the console in-game, but readable here. So that's kind of what I kind of expect. So it's looking at the parent control ID in focus chain. So basically that should be this ID. So let's log this ID or track it. I lost focus, what the fuck? Track. When we click here, we should be able to see here on the top left color control ID. Why is it called color control ID? Because I copy pasted the code from somewhere else, but still it should be correct. But it ends in 81. And when you click here, it should focus something that ends in 81, and it does not. It focuses something that ends in 17. So there we have our problem. So let's track it down. We push that control ID, the one that ends in 81. Then we begin a dropdown. Then we push a pop-up, but this one doesn't mess with the ID. Okay, nothing regarding the ID. And by the way, we already have the back control ID at this point, so if I go back one step... okay, so this one is wrong actually. Okay. Color control ID. It could also be like peak current control ID. Or parent control ID. Okay, no, okay. At some point we'll have a way to get the parent control ID, but now we don't. Okay, so this should maybe solve it. Reboot? Shouldn't, no, I shouldn't have to restart. Okay, well. Controller. Don't get it, I don't get it. Okay, this kind of problem is not super interesting. I apologize. So our control ID is 80. That's the one we want to focus once we go back. And right now we focus 96. $79 and then 03. And the stack trace for this one is okay, yeah, I changed this one. Actually, I fear that this one was actually correct before. Yep. Yeah, this one was correct before. Now we cannot close the first pop-up. So, so now we should be able to close this pop-up by clicking outside, yes. And this one is the problematic one. And the way we get the control ID to focus is this way, which takes the last ID stack -1. It actually looks like the correct way to do it, I think. Maybe not. So maybe we can just pass which one we want to use. And this will actually be, let me think for a sec, color control ID? No. Drop down begin. Ah, but hold on. Don't I need to push? No, I don't need to. Okay. If I pass this, Okay, finally it works. Okay. So essentially I just needed to pass the correct ID to focus when we are closing this thing. And ultimately it will be automatic, like there will be a hierarchy of IDs, but right now it's not working like this. I feel like I'm saying that a lot. I should take the time to fix those things at some point. Okay, let's remove the debug code that logs the stack trace because it's kind of slow. Disable it, relaunch. So we are making good progress. This closes the thing as well, it seems. But I'm not sure why in this case. All right, let's see. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum. So I just turned off this, but I will turn it on again just to diagnose this problem, which will be similar but different. So when so this one can like be okay. When I click, it closes, I think. Control ID changed to minus 61. Which one is this? And who called that? Okay, I see, okay. So it opens the asset window and then of course focuses an item in the window. And since it's not a child, like it's the old style asset window, it will close the pop-up. Okay, so I actually don't think I have a easy way to fix that now. That's okay, I'll just leave it like this. And later on I will make a new asset window that doesn't do a weird like that uses the old philosophy for how to deal with IDs. Now, last thing we need for it to kind of work is saving. Right now, if I save, you can see I have an item in an overlay item in the garlic row. If I relaunch, I don't think it will be still there. It is, okay, okay. Perfect. I got automatic serialization, but I thought for some reason it wouldn't work. But it does. Yeah, it can serialize dynamic arrays of structs, no problem. Okay, so just checking, I'm saving, reverting, still here, maybe adding a row here, adding a row here, then reverting, it should go away. Didn't go away. Oh, it did, maybe I misclicked. Trying again. Okay, it did, okay. Good. So perhaps just checking the diff. So we have empty arrays of overlays. That makes sense. And here we added one thing, and here as well. So I'll just discard them because I want to start now with correct data. This is empty, 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 empty. Okay, I reload. So now everything is empty. And let's try to enter some valid data now. So we go overlay. We say when you are in the poêle, which is the pan in French, garlic ail overlay. Ail cooking overlay. That's the one. So it worked. We have the poêle overlay, and then we want a different one for the small the sauce. Ail overlay. Sauce. It's the other way around. Overlay ail. Yes. Awesome. So we have both of them in the game data. Now we just need to use that data in the game. So now it becomes fun again. No more annoying UI bugs. We can just use the data. So I'll just prepare some garlic. Let's take out a few. Let's take this out. Let's take this out. This one looks very weird. We have to figure out what's going on. And let's save a snapshot of this. So at any moment, I can, like, if I reset, I can like just load this snapshot and be back in my testing setup. So I can slice this garlic. Maybe I'll save it like this actually. And so if I put stuff in there, right now it looks like that. This is because the poêle has a visual when it's filled, which I will remove. Okay, good. I also remove the cooked visual. And right now it's using the overlay from the garlic itself. So sliced garlic. Where is it? I coupé here. I will just move it up. It's using this visual, which I will remove as well. So you can see it disappeared from the pan. And now in the code, I will have to look for the ingredients, which is garlic, and check its overlay for the pan. I just saw that I put it on the garlic cell instead of the sliced garlic cell. That's fine. We can just I'll be lazy and just copy paste it from the text representation, I think. I also moved it, so of course. That's the overlays. Ultimately, I want to be able to copy paste stuff from the editor itself as well. I just don't want to make the stream too long. Reload. Okay, so now it's on the correct item. So I reload my snapshots, put garlic here, and so here we want to loop over all the overlays and pick the correct ones. And that will be quite easy. I think I'll just go here. Draw overlays for content, if any. So that's when we are drawing a thing, an entity. We check. So here there is like some hard-coded stuff, hack to not show overlay when closed, overlays on bolt, no overlays on bolt 2 for now, so we can remove that. And so essentially, instead of using the viz overlay of the contents, we will just loop over our own def overlays. And if one of the overlays that we have defined matches the content def ID, then we will use this one. Then we will use this one. Right, oops. And then overlay would be handle overlay. Oh, that doesn't go overlay viz, let's say. Overlay visual. Okay. Did it work? No, I don't see any overlay on this guy. So let's check. No compilation error, no. Overlay content def ID, content def. That's actually correct. Oh, I'm so dumb, so dumb. I did it wrong. It's not that you put the... you don't put the information on the ingredient, you put it on the container. So that's my bad. So no way to delete those yet. It's kind of also quite important, I suppose. I will just delete them from here. Revert. So my mistake was to put the overlays there, but actually we want to keep everything on the same row as the container. And we put the ingredients on the left column and the overlay on the right column. Well, overlay okay, it's not yet named overlay I. No. Okay, this one. I will unify the naming in a sec. Okay, that's one of them. So you can see it appeared. It appeared. That's great. Means it's working. And then the other one is the small sauce pot, sauce container, and it will be it will be this one. Yes. And right now it doesn't appear. I didn't put it yet. Up, I put it in. It doesn't yet appear. Okay, I did the mistake again. I think I put it here, but it should not be here. It should be on the container that we are talking about, which is this one. So it should be garlic sliced and this guy. Yes. Ah, it appeared. I looked and it wasn't there, and then it appeared. So I don't know what, I don't understand why it would not have appeared immediately. Yeah, that's it. Not sure. Okay, so it finally works. We can set up a couple more of them. I'll just check. I'll just commit my stuff first. So this one I don't want to stage. The rest I do want to stage. Yes, you can be staged. Be staged. Be staged. Oh yeah. Shift. Drop downs. Left if they can't fit. There. The screen. Parent. Okay. Perfect. So overlay system. Pull. Push. Okay, that's normal. That's just a bug. And we will do some renaming. Just checking that it still works like it should. Yes. So let's rename stuff. I think I'll just go through. That's fine. Just... I'm thinking maybe I could also remove aliment here. No. I don't want to reassign everything because the ID depends on the name right now. So bol farce overlay champignon cooked. Okay, I understand. Perfect. Weird. Don't know which one this one is. Plan 1 aliment. Okay. So this one definitely needs to be renamed. Cell. Fuck. Cell. And it's, yeah, it explodes. Bum 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 bum. All right. Thing is pretty good like this. It's yeah, this one we don't need anymore. Okay. Well, I cooking overlay. Oh yeah. So let's structure it like this. Object well, overlay, high cooking. Object poil overlay shrooms cooking. Object poil overlay onion cooked. Okay. Okay, that's nice. Okay. Mhm. Ah ouais? Ah mince. Ok, merci. So apparently I didn't pull. uh, hmm. So I'll resume soon. So I'm just checking the names, making sure everything is named following a pattern. But I think now I can start entering the data in the game. But Camille, my girlfriend, is saying that I didn't pull everything. So perhaps we have a... I'll just wait a little bit more so that she can push stuff. But I can start with, so we got the garlic going in this and this. Just this guy is a bit broken, so I can maybe look into it. I think it's bowl, not this one, which is for the pasta, but the smaller one. This one. Bowl. Yeah, this has to be some kind of mistake. Bowl. Oh, done. Okay. Just waiting. Ah! Flashed my Discord. And quit it. By the way, I should probably... quit my personal stuff. Okay, so never mind. Yeah, as I'm waiting, I should like prepare the stuff that I can. So those overlays, I can set them up, no problem. Just I go to the poêle, to the pan, and I just go through and add them all. So the poêle is this one. We got the garlic. We got this, which is a mistake, which I will remove. now, so that would be 12. So I should have a UI to delete items, of course. Well, I can just override it and I'm done. So coriander has seeds. Coriander 12 overlay, that's the one. Okay. Didn't work. Didn't work. Oh. What? Oh no. It doesn't work for some reason. Oh, I'm so sad. So disappointed. I thought I was going to be able to just enter all the data. Okay, so when there are two items, maybe it doesn't work. Like if I change the first one to coriander seeds overlay. Yeah, it's somehow it changed the selected cell. Oh no, it didn't. It just, okay, this one works, this one doesn't. Okay, garlic is back, good. Why is the question. Okay, she told me that she's pushed. Okay, okay, I got it. So probably that fixes some things. But this guy is still wrong, so maybe. Yeah, the ball farce is missing something. Can I spot the ball? That's the one, ball. It's just not called ball farce, it's called ball. So we rename it ball farce. Of course it explodes. That. Ah! Alright. What the hell? Okay. And so it works, right? Yes. Load. Okay, still works. Now, to go back to my problem, on the Puel row, I can't assign this. I don't know why. So let's think. What if we assign like this? Does it change maybe the first item? No, it just doesn't do anything that I know of anyway. So why is the question. Let's go back to the editor code. Ingredients, so that's the problematic one. Overlay visual, so we pass the correct handle. Oops. The handle is there. We make a control ID. Start edit action. Oh yeah, that's hot handle select control ID. Mm-hmm. All right, okay. So that kind of means that I don't understand how it works at all for the... I don't understand why it would work for the other one, but it does. Ah, it gets assigned when I open back the pop-up because of a very hackish way that I did asset selection a long time ago. So I'm trying to think how we could to do rewrite better, I guess. Yes, past sub, I agree. I need to rewrite it better, I agree. Question is how. Maybe... Oh, I'm in the wrong file. Maybe... The clean way would be to draw the asset window from here, essentially. And actually, it might not be that hard to do. So I could try that. Asset window, draw. Assets window. That's a... rect cut right. So essentially it becomes like a similar to a drop down when we select the control ID, which is defined here. When we click the button, we select that control ID. Select control ID. Control ID. Then we can, yes, we can say only asset. We can select our current thing. That's fine. This is the hackish part that I will remove. Wait. No, actually, what we change is the condition here. It's control ID is in focus chain, which means that if the control ID of this thing is in the focus chain, then we will draw the asset. That's pretty crazy, right? Asset window, please. But to be able to draw it, we need to draw it in a pop-up, I think. We can't just draw it like this. So UI pop-up push, UI pop-up pop. And I think it will draw it automatically at the end. I think. And then this is open, not open. Ah, yeah. Okay, so then I can just deselect control select control ID 0. And I will do something better than try. Okay. If it works, it won't. It won't. Oh, okay, we already have a problem. So user not open. I guess that's only if we already opened it. And actually, we don't want it to be open in a way. Okay, I understand. We want to manage the openness ourselves in a way. So what I'll do is I'll keep this function for back compatibility, but asset window draw immediate. This will become the new function that we will have to call. Put that back down after the body of this huge function that draws the asset window. How did I call it? Asset window draw immediate. Makes no sense, this name actually, but note old function that used to draw the asset window frame. New way is to draw it from in a pop-up where it's used. Okay. Let's drink a sip of water. Right, so we can call that instead. Be here. And then this can be ignored. Okay, it didn't work. So the control ID, that in itself shouldn't pose any problem, but maybe this poses a problem. Oh, wait, I forgot to push and pop the control IDs as well. Control. Wait. Why do we still have stop there? Still doesn't work. Wait. Hmm. What does that do? Okay. That's fine. It's also kind of harmless. Then blah blah do image. I don't see. I don't see the problem exactly at this moment. So what I'm seeing is that when I click here, it quickly closes the pop-up, the parent pop-up even. So I guess we can again use the debugging facility in there. Need to restart. So I kind of have I'm in between the old and new system for control IDs, and it's kind of a headache to debug. I want to improve on that. There could be like simple ways to visualize it, perhaps. So as you can see, when I click here, it closes immediately. And so now I'll check the logs for who selects what. And of course, it's this guy that selects. Okay, so the fact that we select ourselves breaks the parent pop-up. Very strangely. Which surprises me. This guy pushes the ID, right? No. Okay, then that's the issue. And I think it should probably ID push. Ah, but this guy pushes the ID. Okay. Okay. So why selecting something inside this thing breaks it? I don't understand. Do I have a... By the way, I should fix these logs. Looks really ugly. Editor. So why? So this one I know what it is. It's this guy. But what I don't understand is this is supposed to be in the focus chain, isn't it? Like if I assert that this must be in the focus chain, will the assert trip? I suppose it should. Yes, but yes, the assert tripped. So we don't. Our control ID doesn't belong in the focus chain. Hold on, that's normal. Wait. Yeah, I meant to say like this control ID should be the child of this control ID. That's what I want to check. So maybe at the time where I declare this control ID, I could like print the focus chain, as I call it. So focus chain print, something like this. Sorry, we're again in a part of the stream that is not very interesting, I fear. It really makes me want to improve on my tooling, because it's not great right now, I have to say. Those bugs. Print F. I just printf it. How does it work again? What's the difference between this one and this one then? What did I smoke when I wrote that? Ah, this is for the pop-ups, like the parents. Control ID selected ID. True. Otherwise, we go back up the focus chain stack. So that's the one that I want to print, essentially. Oops. And uint 32, okay. Uint 32, I suppose. I can print like this. I need to call this though. Editor. So just at the moment we select the control, we'll print the chain just to see. So at the moment when we click here, whoa! Oh my god, okay, something is going badly wrong. The fuck? Wait, are we just not flushing? But we are not printing every frame, so it's kind of suspicious. It's way longer than I would expect. But I forgot to put a new line also. Let's see how it looks in this case. Ah, fuck. Do it once more, okay. Okay, so it's more reasonable. I don't understand why I get it many times. Like, it seems like I get it every frame or something like this. Because this is supposed to be when I click, at the moment I click. But it seems to get called many times, so that's weird. Draw button, no. That's weird, right? Frame. Just restart so we get a clean log. Up, 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 up. So we first get a control ID change to something. Oh yeah, that's just when I interact with a previous dropdown. And then we get a ton of those. But where is frame data, which is supposed to come before focus chain print? What the fuck? Here. Is it because I'm mixing a printf with... do I not flush in my log anymore? If so, that's something I should fix as well. Something very strange is happening. So at this point... Ah, fuck! I wrote it here as well. I forgot. So of course it didn't make sense. That's the focus range chain, and we change to this. Okay, can we have it as an unsigned long unsigned? Oh, pretty sure this is supposed to be a uint32. No, I know it's int. Okay. Oops. Oops, my bad. So why is this? Guess it's a bit in between. It's not... I started with int and wanted to move to int 32, and I really need to fix it. Here it's all 32. I don't know what the... It's all old code that I don't like and will delete someday. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Just a little sweep. Check that I kind of updated all the variables and stuff. Yeah, that was updated. Here. Then of course a lot of usage code is wrong. So at some point we can enable warnings, and it should work for still, like it should still work because it just converts casts between the types and they happen to have the same size. So I think it should work. Even for the edge cases, like the max and min numbers. I think they just wrap around, I'm not sure. Oh. Okay. Focus chain. Unsigned. And maybe we stop with the stack traces for now, because they spam quite a bit. All right. Tick, 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 tick. So the last change was to this, and this was not in the focus chain. Why? That's the focus chain previous. Yeah, at the moment we select this guy. Ah, my bad. I meant, okay. I meant to say... sorry, frame. I meant to say, we print the focus chain, we select the control. It has to be this one, since it's only logged that. And then we don't even get there, I suppose. So I'll just put a breakpoint and fire up the good old debugger. We print the focus chain, we select the control. Of course, I forgot to put it as a uint32. This doesn't touch anything, I'm pretty sure. And then, do we even get in there? Yes, we do. Okay. So we do, but possibly only one frame. Like if we let it go, then we don't hit the breakpoint again. Although the breakpoint is gray now because I modified the code. So real quick, do it over, do it again. Oops. Adds. Okay. Forgot to run in the debugger. So we are going in there. But then we don't anymore. Why? Why? Is it that inside, or it has to be that inside asset window draw, we do something like unselect? No, because then we would log control ID changed to something else. And I don't think we do log that. If I just space it out. Print focus chain, select control. Maybe we can even step in there. Control selected is the ID that we just selected, so it will return true. Whoa. Ah, yeah, why did we skip? I think there is a check that I didn't see, maybe. Let's do it again. This. Okay, I thought I explicitly put them here. Okay. Okay, we'll have to restart once more. I still don't understand. Maybe the button doesn't stay selected by design like it's itself. I think that's probably something like this. Okay. And then next time around. Oh, we don't even reach here actually. That's crazy. Ah, wait, is the button getting selected then? I suppose not, since we first select it here. What if we track? We will track which what is selected at all time. Here you can see the selected control. Ouais, ok. Je finis juste. Hop. I'll take a break, but I want to finish this. So now the asset window at least flashes on the screen. Now it's 0.7, but not shown in the... it was not sticking to the end, okay. 94. So we do have some control ID changes that are not caught by the log. Okay. So should this call select control instead? Yes, it should probably. The select control is pretty harmless, except for this maybe. Let's add back the stack trace. And by the way, let's see if we can just remove the spam lines. I think it's probably maybe this. So now the question becomes first of all, how is the focus chain managed? Because okay, when we select something, apparently we reset it. Oh wow. Because we reset the focus chain. So it's all code that I should rewrite this ID stuff. And focus chain stuff. Damn. Okay, at least this works. At least this works. Maybe I broke some other stuff. Who knows? This still works as well. It's super slow because it symbolizes stack stuff. Oops. Using the arrows moves the focus out of the cell, I suppose. Otherwise it works. Otherwise it works. Huh? It doesn't want to be closed. Makes sense. So if we revert, we go to the pan, coriander, why do we really duplicate? I think it worked, but yeah, at least it works. Okay, so I think we are unstuck, officially unstuck. Coriander, and you can see the overlay, it works. And if we take a garlic, it still works. And then spinach doesn't work yet, but if we go to the pan and add spinach, épinard, poêle over les épinards. We need a way to confirm this, that isn't that awkward. Okay. Yes, we got the épinard. And then we would need to sort them, I think, in a better way. So maybe the order in which they are defined here should be the order they are drawn in. And we would put the spinach first. Yeah, I think that would be good. All right. So I'll take a break now. But at least it's kind of unstuck. Hello. So just checking. Okay, I quit. Okay. Good. And then poêle. Ah. Poêle over the coriander. And épinard. Save this time. Quit, relaunch, checking that it saves properly. Well, it doesn't. No. Ah, no. Ah, that's another stupid thing. I need to fix my asset window. Then it proposes stuff that isn't the actual assets. Like it doesn't have an asset ID here. It's 0. Like intermediary assets on the import pipeline or something like this. Okay. I doubt this is the correct one. well, épinard, this one. Save. Works. Works. Where is the coriander here? Works. Good. And this time it should be loaded. Yeah. Alright, so it's break time. Just leave some interesting stuff on screen. I don't know. Right, I'm back to work a little bit more on the game. All right. Perfect. Turning up the music a little bit. Okay. So now that our issues are mostly solved, I think I would like to just change it so the overlays show here. I wonder if that's a good idea. Maybe I could put the original ingredients, like for example for the pan. I could put these instead of these because those are kind of hard to understand. Oops. I didn't commit everything. Okay. Kind of some engine changes. Control IDs. uint 32. Also, I changed focus isn't reset when okay. Merci. Do, 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 do. Um, Okay. Alright. So let's add those icons. Editor, cyan. So instead of drawing a cyan rectangle, we'll want to we'll want to draw icons. Draw ingredients icons. 4 are each def overlays. Overlay. Rect cut left. And then we'll cut a square. So we take the height, the current height, and we just cut a square. And we use that rectangle. Let's just put it in an intermediate variable. Let's use this rectangle to draw. How is it? It's draw subimage. Draw, I think. No. Draw. Rect fit. I'm pretty sure. And the subimage comes first, I think. So overlay, visual. Okay, cool. Except then we don't want the visual of the overlay, we want the def id from, no, def from id, and then visual. Wasn't it def from id? From. Okay, then we have like sensible icons that we can understand, which is quite nice. And we want some margin. So let's put 4 pixels of margin between icons. Not bad. Now, what I want to do as well is move that to perhaps here. Ooh, okay. Didn't handle the hot reloading with in this case. Sometimes for other cases it could, but for the def, for the game design data, it doesn't yet gracefully reload. Perfect, I'm quite happy with that. I would like to maybe make it wider. Columns. So here we define the size of the columns. Let's say if overlays, then we'll have a wider column that lets us put more overlays in there. And then what else do we need an overlay for? This one, yes. So let me check. Oh, actually I could go ahead and just add source overlay. Okay, I need some overlay for the serre. serré. Oh yeah, the serré doesn't have a picture. Serré. Oh. Aliment serré. Oh, the accent is at the wrong place, no? Oh no, it's like this that you write it? Okay. Okay, okay. Persil. Persil, and then we're good. Okay. Persil. Pot. Ah, pot. Sauce. Overlay. Persil. Not the correct one. This one. And this guy, just checking. I have to be careful, so... Oh, that's correct, that's correct, okay. This one is incorrect though. This is the image one and I want the sub-image one. Okay. Okay. Camille asks if there is a bug with the accent. Maybe there is a bug. But it seems to be working now. So maybe I just forgot. Okay, let's try. It's a good question. Let's try to save this. Save the changes and go back and see maybe if the series went away. But normally it doesn't use the name to save it. Yeah, it's good. It's still working. Okay. Then for this one, I think my idea was to make like, if we put épinard in it, then we put the épinard overlay, and all the other stuff we don't need another overlay. We just pretend it's at the bottom of the thing. That would be bol, farce, overlay, épinard. This basilic. Oh. Ah, I forgot to cook it. And I need to handle the cooked case as well. Oops. Kind of forgot about that. But at least it appears here, and we can confirm it's really this guy if we change it to something else. Like this one. Yeah, right. Then it's mismatches. That's Seems correct. All right. What am I doing? Maybe I'll go and progress on the recipe, the Kinkade recipe. I think at this point we can do the pasta fine, water, flour, it's the same. Then we got the pasta here, and then the mushrooms, we did that last week. And now we need an overlay for the mushrooms, very good. So I can just go to the poêle, add mushroom. And the sliced one, ideally, and then champignon. So in theory it should be poêle, overlay, champignon. But it shrooms. Okay. So we are going English for those English speaking. Okay. Maybe we should decide between English and French. Okay. Okay, perfect. They are there. Then, so I just want to make sure that I can probably remove these overlay. Yeah, those are the ones. Okay, and then the onion. That's for the other recipe, I guess. Parmesan is for the end. Okay, and what else do we put in the poêle, in the pan? The garlic. Okay, garlic is already there. The coriander seeds, already there. And the paprika, okay. Paprika. Well, paprika. Suppose we don't have yet paprika for the poêle. That's okay. I'll just put nothing. Will it explode if I do that? Or will it ignore it? I don't remember what's the status on that. It does nothing. Okay, that's good. And then champi coupé, ail coupé, graines de coriandre, paprika dans bol. Coriandre fraîche, machine à couper, bol. Right. So the garlic, maybe we can try to do the recipe as far as we can and implement when we get stuck. So the garlic, bim. The coriander is not yet in. Okay, we can see it appear. That's nice. Okay, we have the 4 ingredients that we need in the pan, and then we should be able to put all of this in the bowl. So sadly the bowl has something in it. We'll just redo that very quick. We maybe need some method to empty like a debug command to empty stuff. The champi, the garlic. Right. The coriander. That's 4 ingredients. Then you cook them. But currently I think we don't really track that. And then we put everything. Ah yes, the shrooms, it was me that wrote it in English. And yes, the paprika doesn't appear, but it works, so that's okay. You can still see it's in the contents. Okay, and then okay. I think maybe I should do that when you cooked something. When you put the poêle on top of the bowl, it just transfers everything in the bowl automatically. Even if you made a mistake, maybe. I could try to program that. Interact puts inside. So it would be maybe a bit different than put inside. Poêle ball. So when you drag the poêle into the bowl, good music from Into the Breach. Hovering poêle. I think there is a mistake there, hovering ball. If we are hovering the ball and dragging the poêle, we transfer the contents. So it's already actually the case, except I specify what gets transferred. So maybe I do another function that says transfer all. And we don't do this check, and perhaps it works. I don't even need to really read the thing. Let's just read it real quick. So container containing with delete. Okay, so we loop backwards on the contents and then we put the contents in the new thing. So we will reverse the order, I suppose, but that's probably not a problem. Okay, we can try. Or if we didn't want to reverse, we could say put at index 0. Then it's not the most efficient, but it works. Maybe it's a little cleaner. Uh-oh. I lost myself. Wrong file. Okay. Transfer. Then I can put this. And what's that music? Divinity, okay. Oops. Okay, so you transfer everything. That sounds pretty good. And we need some kind of overlay for this case, and I think probably the shrooms or the champignon would have an overlay. Where is the ball? Ah, that's the one. Yes, up. So, champignon coupé. Well, overlay. Shrooms. No, ball. Bars. Overlay. Yeah. Champignon. Ah, we even have champignon and champignon cooked. That's weird. And this one doesn't really look like... This one looks like the one in the poêle, I think. I think that's the correct one. I think that's the correct one. Maybe that's the leftover that is not yet... I have bugs everywhere in this system right now. The asset system. Maybe it was a deleted file that stuck around. I will just clear the cache to be sure. So, yes, so it shows. Perfect. Okay. Clear the cache. The cache, I guess. How do you exit? Is it? Great. Plan 1 aliment disappeared. Oops. Indeed, it didn't appear in my search, so I guess it disappeared. That was the salt. And we don't even use it, so I guess it was at some point there was just a... I don't know what happened, but overwrote some file. Yes! Camille got it, it's the salt. Just before I said it, I guess, with the lag. So I can reload the save. Okay, so we are progressing. Maybe I can do the pasta real quick. We actually need the salt now. The farine. The oil. Then 2 eggs. And then we can mix it and do round ravioli or pasta. Meanwhile, so my farce is ready. I can move to the screen. I will quickly do another one. Yeah, there is this bug that it doesn't empty the oil, I think. Ah, I forgot the coriander. Okay, okay. Oh yeah. Without cooking it, okay. Thank you. No, it's not ready. Kenny, you could even talk into the YouTube chat, I suppose. Unless you don't want to. Oh, what did I do? Maybe you don't want to talk in English or so. I know coriander. That's a fresh coriander and we need to cut it, okay. Probably with the machine, yes. And put it in the bowl. By the way, I'm reading off this. I don't know if you can see it. So, coriander in the machine. Put inside or cut. Legume cutter. Coriander. Fresh. Let's go fresh coriander. Sliced. Whoops. Fresh coriander sliced. And we need the two IDs. Coriander 46. And coriander sliced, I don't think we have. So I will add it. Coriander. Coriandre. Coupé. And it will be 51. Like that. Coriandre. That's the one. Okay. And it needs to go into the bowl, so we need to add another layer, unless we don't care. And maybe we don't care because the mushroom farce already had like green stuff, so maybe it's implied. Yeah, I need to go all the way. I know I did it. Okay. So why does... That's not very nice. I will simplify. FID. Cool. And you can't drop it in the bowl yet. I'll do that another time. Or... yeah, another time. Bowl. Fresh coriander sliced into bowl. Wrong bowl. What am I doing? Up. Okay. And then this is the finished parse. And we got 3 pasta, which is already nice. Save. Then we can use the cuillère, take this and put it in there. Right now it doesn't work yet. Our idea with Camille was to have an ingredient that's called like farce. Right, farce skincali. Perfect. Farce. Where is the H? The H here. Okay. And so when you take with the cuillère from the bowl, it will look at the ingredients that are inside, and if there is mushrooms, it will fill the cuillère with farce skincali. And later on we will track, the farce skincali will know what it was made of, and so at the end we can check if the recipe was followed precisely or not. But the mushrooms will be the ones to define which kind of farce we farce is like filling, which kind of filling we show. Right. Okay. So let's do that. So that would be bol, cuillère, I guess. Cuillère. Remplir cuillère from bol. So if we are dragging the cuillère is the spoon, and we are hovering the bowl, then we check all the ingredients and we... So that's for the standard raviolis, the épinard ones, the spinach ricotta ones. Here we will just check the content of mushrooms. Oops, def. Oh yeah, okay, the mushrooms I put them in English, okay, I see. Sliced. If we have mushrooms in our bowl, we will create a new thing that we will put in the cuillère, and the new thing will have def farce skincali. I don't remember why I put that through. Maybe so it doesn't show as an overlay, but we don't need it anymore, I think. Yes, I think that we're good. And then I just need to set this to a proper value. Farce skincali 52. Right. Whoa! Filling very fast. Okay, so the filling part works, except it fills every frame. So I forgot... Yeah, we first check that we don't already contain something. Like that. And it could be anything, it doesn't have to be spinach, I think. So maybe what we can do is, instead of check contents, we just check contains things. If the array is longer than 0, then we don't fill the spoon. Okay. So if maybe we can rewind a little bit. It's a bit slow. Okay, great, great. And now it doesn't want to fill anymore. So does it consider that it's not empty? Ah, I forgot to say this should be 0, not... Up, okay. By the way, Camille made some overlays also for the spoon. So I can just... This can go, and we can instead add some overlays. So up. If there is first Kinkali, fuck. Oh my god. What? If there is first Kinkali, so I should be careful to not select an image, because that's what's making it crash. Cuillère somewhere, cuillère. Cuillère overlay farce King Kali, that's the one. And the sub-image version, cuillère overlay farce King Kali. And you have also sauce King Kali, nice. Nice. Okay. Cuillère overlay farce King Kali, and this one is the one which has an asset ID. Ah, crap. Okay, up. Okay, I forgot to save the cuillère. This can go. Okay. And I put the overlay here, which makes no sense. I can't remove it right now. I should implement that. Cuillère. Okay, now it has, you can see it has Kinkali farce filling inside. Good. And now last step for this is to put it in the pasta. Let's see. That's the code. So if there is a spoon, by the way, maybe make it bigger. If we are dragging the cuillère, targeting the pasta. Here we check if there are epinards, spinac. I think I'll check if there is anything, essentially. So if oh, I recognize that music. Civilization? Okay. Oh! Do you recognize that music, Camille? We sang a version of that song. You said, yes, that's true, we don't care. But I don't remember what I was talking about. Oups. Non, c'est le jambon. Non? Buvons Ah, merci. Yeah, we sang a version of that song in French at the choir where we sing. Alright, so if the dragging thing, which is a spoon, contains something, and the hover thing, which is the pasta, contains nothing, then we can do the transfer. And we transfer contents all, and we remove like that it's only for spinach. And this should work right away. No, okay. I was too cocky. Dragging thing. I guess it could be more than one thing, I suppose. I don't know. But in this case, it's one. And this guy doesn't contain anything. So I thought it would work. Did it compile actually? Yes. Interesting. So let's see. Are we getting there? Probably we are, but I'll just double check. It's attaching, yes. We are not. Oh, okay. Interesting. So dragging thing, hovering thing. That's very strange. So we could track, like I could write like track and just check what kind of thing we are dragging. Dragging. Are you dragging or are you rushing? Def from ID. Name. So I'm just doing some code to visualize what we are dragging and what we are hovering, just to check, just to double check, because I would expect that we pass that if, that we go into that if. Hovering. Okay. So here we can see dragging null, hovering null, dragging cuillère, hovering bâton rond. Aha, that's a problem. Bâton rond. And I think I did something like is bâton, no? Is bâton the other last week. Pasta. Def ID is pasta. That's the one. Okay. It takes a thing. Okay. Then it shouldn't be called def ID is pasta. It should be called thing is pasta. Thing. Patching up the other call. Okay. So click. So now we get into the if. So it will just work. I can. Wrong. Okay, not sure what I did wrong. Expected handle of type, I suppose, it's written here. Subimage got image. Okay. So that's here, get subimage. What I will do is I will just make this more tolerant and say if we try to draw something that isn't a subimage, type subimage, we just return, we just don't draw anything. So instead of crashing, we just ignore the problem. And that will make it a little less annoying to fix those issues, because then we can fix them in our own time instead of crashing. But we can see the issue definitely, like it disappears. Okay. Why? Because bâton rond. Because of the visual field, this is an image and not a subimage. But also it's not only filled, it's folded already. I will just remove this for now. And instead of doing it this way, the old way, we do it with overlays. So we go like bâton rond. We go Kinkali, first Kinkali. It was already there. And then Kinkali. I'm pretty sure Camille did bad Kinkali folded. I think we're missing one. Unless I just couldn't see it. Things. So logically it should be Pat Kinkali overlay something, right? But I thought you did those, so maybe it's strange. I'm pretty sure you did those. Those are the ones to put in onto the path. Okay. Got it. In that case, I would name them, if that's true, I think logically we should name them paths path overlay Kinkali. Path overlay last Kinkali. Path overlay Vars. Path overlay Vars Ravioli, yes. And this guy, it's also, no, this one is different. It doesn't have a big frame. This one I'm not sure if you Sorry, I missed your message. The King Kali folded, I think I saw it. Yes, okay, cool. So we agree. I also saw the King Kali folded, but I was looking just for the overlay to put on the non-folded one. Up. It's starting to rain, I think. Okay, so it disappears because I didn't save that I removed this, essentially. Okay. Now it has pasta inside, filling. Pars King Kali, yes. Pat. Overlay. Pars King Kali. And we want this one. Up. I just loaded it, I forgot. Okay. Alright! Yay! So we can put the pasta inside. Then when we click, it folds. It folds. And I think actually what I want to do is add to the thing struct, thing, wrong file, thing struct. I want to add is open or is closed variable. And so when you click them, we can toggle that. I think that's a good way to do it. Clicked, because before I was using some other variable, I think. So what would be fold the ravioli? I would say close, plier ravioli. So if we are hovering a paton, but it could also be a round paton or a square paton. So we can say thing is pasta. If we are dragging, essentially if we clicked the pasta and it has épinard currently, so we can change it to be if maybe it was a bit dangerous what I did above. I just realized that if we are not hovering anything, it could be null, I think. Here, dragging thing. I know, because we go to 0 and then we have a nil entity, so it's fine. Okay. Right, so if whatever we are dragging contains something, and we just released the mouse, right, okay, then instead of processing progress, I will just say is closed. True. Visual cooked, okay. So visual cooked could become maybe visual closed. Or we just have a second one. Thing closed. So now I'm doing so that when something is closed, it has we can provide a version of it closed. Closed. And it could work also for cooking pans, cooking. Yeah, I can't find the word in English, but you know, casserole. What's casserole? I forgot. This basically. This, like we could close it with a cap. Doop, doop, doop. Okay. So it disappeared because we just don't have a visual closed. It should be cooked closed here. Okay. We go here. We can remove the visual cooked for now. Ah, no, let's keep it. So I think it will be like Kinkali folded. Ah, the Kinkali are those. Okay. Nice. So you can see it works, except it's kind of squished. Probably because we use the rectangle of the yeah, we use the previous rectangle. That's maybe not ideal. Perhaps we can just update the rectangle there. Also not ideal. So when do we need the rectangle? Here. Can we do all of this earlier? I don't really see why we couldn't, so let's try. Yeah, maybe even here. And then when we pick the rectangle, we just use the coil sprite. And now it's not squished anymore. Good. What we need now is to hide the contents when something is closed. I like this because it's kind of generic. It will work for anything that we can close. So overlay for contents, yes. Parted content controller. This one also should be, and self-overlay, I wonder. I guess also, okay. Yes. So we go if thing closed and is not closed, then we draw anything that could be inside. Self-overlay we could keep, but whenever we come across the use case, we'll decide. Okay, so we have our Kinkali. Now we just need to be able to put it inside the thing that I don't remember how to call in English. Boop. How do you say? Yeah, my brain is a bit fried. To do that, you just drop them in. Let's see in the code. Casserole. La casserole. Put Hold the ravioli dans casserole. Thing is pasta. Ravioli. And then we check if it has contents, but we do twice the same check, okay. So we can just check ravioli is closed for now. I mean, forever, I guess. If it's closed, it's good. Thing casserole, hovering thing. Just released. We killed ravioli. That's necessary because it's otherwise it still renders. Okay. And then we add it to the casserole. That should work. Perfect. We have the 3 raviolis there, or kinkalis, I suppose we should call them. Then to get them back, that looks correct. Look, that should work. Yeah, for any kind of things. It's not the correct ravioli on the password, but Camille has prepared the correct images for it. Password field, we remove it, and then we put overlays instead. So we might have a problem with the, because here if I put like pâton rond, which is what is inside, which by the way doesn't make much sense. Like we need to say it's a kinkali somewhere. But okay, we'll see. Password. Oops. Huh. I thought I saw. I must have been dreaming. Oops, no, I forgot. Okay. I thought I saw it in the folder, but I dreamed it. Should I do it in quickly, or it's not really urgent in any case? Wait, why is it back? Because I put this, okay. And then can you put them in the box? Yes, you can. Okay, cool. Okay. So we can make more. Ooh. A bit of salt, no, a bit of eggs, of course. Okay, and then, oops, that's butter in the trash. Parmesan. What are the toppings for the kinkali? Ah, there is, of course, there is a sauce. Right, so on the previous step, we should put the garlic in the small bowl. I will just check to get more garlic. Up. Cut it, put it in the small bowl. There is also the serré, which should go in the small bowl. And this you cannot do yet, so let's fix it. Pour. Sauce. Ok.
La patate, j'ai oublié.
Ah, c'est pas grave. C'est pas grave, c'est montage.
Parce que...
Non, je vais bientôt arrêter.
Pardon, donc 5 minutes. C'est pas en train de Bonne soirée.
Ciao, bonne soirée. Okay. So Dev, sorry, but I don't think we have it yet. $38. Okay. So now we can put the serré in there, and it already has an overlay. It's nice. Is that all for the? Yes, I think so. And this you should put directly in the box, it seems. Or like pour it over, I suppose. So maybe this should be pourable into this. Pour into interaction. Dev. Dev pour sauce. You can pour that into dev command. Up. We will need some kind of animation. And we are talking about the small sauce. We can say it has to tilt by 70 degrees or something like this. Rewind a bit time. Okay, stop. Uh-oh. Oh, I have to focus on something else. Oh no. I never had that case. I can't interact with the game. Okay, I will just save, quit, restart. Okay, so we have the sauce. Now it tilts. Of course, it doesn't draw properly. I don't know if there is an overlay for the so. Yes. I don't know. Okay. Ah, you should maybe take it in the cuillère, okay. Alright. Would be nice to have an overlay for this one, so we can see that we put the sauce. That'd be nice. But yes, I think that's the whole thing. So I can stop. And I'll continue probably next week with more polish, another recipe. But I'm happy that we have this overlay system now. It will be quite handy, I think. So let's call it a day. Thanks for watching and see you. Bye.